Good morning, everyone. This is Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas with the pre-market show. I will have to leave for about 10, 15 minutes or so. Just want to do a quick sound check, though. I'm going to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in both rooms. Before I go, I think Steve said yes, and maybe somebody on YouTube can help me there too. Should be back in about, say, 10 minutes or so, okay? welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for what is it? Wednesday, April the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. I guess I think I had a yes in the main room. You guys can hear me, see my screen. How about in YouTube? I didn't get any, got nothing in YouTube yet. Hopefully, we're okay. Hmm. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, this INBX is pretty interesting. It is sort of a, I don't know, we call it a rumor, but Merck is kind of poking around. The rumor is that maybe Merck is going to buy them, INBX, and that is MRK, maybe buying them. This is an all-time high right now for INBX. Could be, William. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and of course there are shorts available. 640,000 interactive brokers. It's an all-time high right as we speak. It's basically an all-time high right now. On the cheaper side, AGPU is now. I couldn't quite understand this press release. Um, $260 million contract for NVIDIA B300's GPUs. Okay, so couldn't quite understand if they are going to be getting 360 million. Oh, sorry, 100. What did I say? 260 million. Anyway, the bottom line is the reaction is pretty huge right now. It has pulled back though, almost a third, got up to almost 15 in the free market, down to about 10 now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Underneath the VWAP right now. IBIT guys, I just took a look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's at around 78,000, a little over 78,000. So take a look at IBIT. So crypto play should be in vogue today. IBIT is up 4.5%. HCAI. In a moment, I just have to get my news up and running. So I don't see any news for HCAI. It's a China stock. Other than that, just don't have any news on it. Now, some of the healthcare stocks I think are getting hit a little bit right. I read something in the morning about oh this whole thing with the obesity drugs, and there's some concern somewhere. So, but I didn't see. I looked at XLV. I didn't see a big move down for XLV. So maybe it's only a few drugs. Like Lilly, take a look at Lilly. See what Lilly is doing. LLY or drug manufacturers. Actually, nothing really. So this is what I read. Okay, delay in Medicare pilot for obesity drugs may not hurt near-term demand. Okay, that's what I read. But doesn't look like it's had a big effect. Boy, when I first saw INBX this morning, it was at I think it was about $115. So there's another $25. It's tacked on just about. Look at this. I'm sure it's going to turn into a very interesting short. The problem is when, you know, could have said here, could have said here, could have said here, could have said here. That's the issue. Not the easiest thing to do to try to predict where a top is or near a top. Exactly. It's an all-time high. It is an all-time high for INBX. Market now, let's take a look at the overall market. So the SPY is, yeah, nice medium gap up right now, up 4 points. Underneath a VWAP though, right now. I also saw that BSX has earnings. I don't know if you saw that one, William. I don't know. Beat raise. I don't think you mentioned that one. Maybe it's not. Reported better than expected Q1 financial results, but I don't know if it was a beat raise, but the market's liking it right now, BSX. And BSX, the next high looking left is getting very close to that daily high. High is 663.66, so it's getting very close to that daily high. Will of that, so it was a beat meet lower, BML, okay? All right, so let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening. I think every sector is positive, which is a little bit rare. Usually, either XLE on a strong day, meaning usually oil prices are down, but XLE is actually still up a little bit. Top sector right now is silver. SLV is silver. So everything is positive. There's not one negative sector right now. XRT retail is basically flat. Okay, now yesterday I was disappointed in some of these little low floaters that did not sustain. This is a little more expensive, but we looked at Lobo and we looked at what was the other one? With the edible EDDL. Both fizzled out completely, not just fizzled out, I mean just collapsed. So what will happen with AGPU? I mean, if it holds 10, I'll put a push limit around the 10 level. If it can at least hold 10, would have to then get that VWAP. And on the weekly chart, I better check a monthly chart. I want to see where it could go if it can. So there's the next high on a monthly chart. No, I'm wrong. It's not an all-time high, is it? No, it can't be. Well, okay. I think what's happened here, this stock obviously is took over another symbol or took this symbol, I guess, AGPU, was trading as something else. Because I'm looking at the lifetime range and it's at the lower end, 30% low. So it looks like this is an all-time high right here. But yes, it is trading as AGPU, but it's not really. But holding 10, trying to hold 10. They probably, yeah, with 20 million in the float, yeah, it's very possible they did a reverse it, but they must have changed symbols name too, because I don't think this was an IPO back here. So my guess is that they were trading as something else, and then they decided they wanted to change symbols. And oh, when you say they did, this was an IPO, or they did change symbols. Yeah, BSX is still running here, guys. As William said, though, it's a beat meet lower. They did change symbols. Thank you. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. So that was back in. Thank you, Obi. And that was back in. That's right. I remember POAI. I do remember that now. I wonder why they did that because I would have kept AI in my name in my as a symbol. But anyway, now someone looked at the spy. The spy was underneath the VWAP. So now it popped above, coming into it. I don't think there's really anything on economic calendar today. I know I put a lot of stuff in there, but I don't think there's anything that's the Michigan numbers. Yeah, I just sort of copied and pasted everything, but I didn't really see anything that's going to short term affect the market. I still would have kept AI in my name somehow, Ali, you know, or in my symbol. Call it AGAI. I don't know. We're going to call it AGPU. But you know what? They didn't consult me. So BSX is still moving higher here, guys. So what did I say was the next high looking left? The next high, so it actually took that out. So the next high looking left is around 60, 64.89, and then after that, you've got about 65.50. So to me, there could be some resistance between this current price and 65. Meanwhile, no stopping INBX. Imagine waking up today as a shareholder of INBX. Now, I don't know what happened here. Was this earnings? Not earnings, I don't think anyway. Well, wait a minute. Could have been. It's back in October. Could have been earnings, but big pop here. But you're sitting, you go to bed, you got the stock. Okay, it looks like it's not going to do too much. Go to bed, stock closes at $85, and you wake up, if you're waking up right now, almost $150. In fact, 150. So we had some new people showing up early in the room. Welcome to those of you who are new to the room. You can ask me questions all day long. Vivo, VIVO. What is this one doing? Nothing. Poet, let's take a look at Poet because Poet has been so active. I mean, what a great run. Even yesterday, a good run yesterday, above yesterday's high now. Ramsey, I sort of remember you. If you did you use that same pseudonym? I thought I recognized that. Well, welcome back. Good. Thank you, El Tururu, in our YouTube room. Always putting a little like. Our cat, very choppy in the pre-market. I don't think I know this one at all. RVI. What is Robin Hood? Oh, the Robin Hood. Oh, this is obviously something to do with Robin Hood, the broker. I'm going to assume anyway. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Much volume? Good. Bad for something I've never seen before. 271,000. RVI. You guys were talking about Oracle earlier. ORC, it's X, right? Isn't that it's an ETF for Oracle? Well, actually, it's starting to fizzle. 43 down to 41. So Oracle, the stock, must be, let's see where it is with respect to the VWAP. Yeah, so it's underneath the VWAP now. So Oracle's underneath the VWAP, ORCL, the stock. Now, if we think it's going to rebound, if you thought, remember, you can always trade this one, the ORCX. It gets you double the move. But remember, so if it moves up, if Oracle moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But remember, vice versa too. If Oracle moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. This was such a wonderful, this day right here, all day moving up. Oracle the stock, and of course ORCX. All day it closed right at the high. AGPU guys is well. Not only is it holding 10, but it's challenging 11 again. AGPU, and there's the VWAP. Going to get through that VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert. All right. Look at the INBX. Yeah, so 150, 152 it got up to. But as William says, it's pretty, I mean, in retrospect, that's obvious, right? Shorted at 152. Here, may just make a quick $5 in retrospect. But it didn't mean it was going to do this. Is this really I mean, it's an all-time high right now, INBX. And this is the reason cancer drug draws interest from Merck and company, and I guess others. So I don't share my layout exactly, Bill. What I do is I have individual scans that you can see here that I share. Okay, so I'm going to show you where you can go to my homepage. Comes in now. Ooh, gotta hurry. Okay, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. That's when I help Bill here. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the scan section, and here is what you can see. You know, I have this race right here. Well, I'll get rid of this. Actually, I just want to, the market's going to open. So the large cap race is here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. I have my compare count. Upside versus downside movers is here, this little crawl. Okay. What you saw earlier was my pre-market actives up and down. Okay. That's what you saw earlier that I just got rid of. I do have some, and Holzer Zooms is down here. I do have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. But if you click on my homepage link, you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Now, if you're new to trading also, you know, I would recommend, if you're new to trading, you know, you better have some basis behind or understand what you're looking at when you click on a chart. Okay, click on a symbol and a chart appears. So again, if you go to my homepage, I'm just going to quickly do this. Okay, usually I go over this in a lot more detail at 10 o'clock. But if you do click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see that education section right here. Click on the more info, and right here, back to basics. Okay, recommend you take a look at that before you do anything else if you're new to trading. It goes over chart reading, and it's all free. 15 videos. Okay. Look at Lunar, guys. Wow, Lunar just rippage here, guys. Lunar ripping right now. Didn't really see this in the pre-market happening, but Lunar, LUNR, ripping. Wow. Now, again, it looks so obvious, doesn't it? Short INBX at 152, and you're at 137 now. It looks so obvious. Hmm. I had an alert set down here, I guess underneath. Doesn't look good now for the AGPU. It's underneath 10, underneath the VWAP. Starting to fade somewhat now. I'm surprised that it did not get halted, INDX. That was a dramatic move down. Wow. I mean, again, it looks so obvious now, doesn't it? There's your top up here at 154. Only a $24 move down. And it's halted. Now it's halted. All right. Worship, WSHP, We Shop. I know Obi mentioned this one earlier. I didn't see it at all in the race, but I'm seeing it now, of course. Again, I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. So I tend to let things settle down a little bit. Mentioned Poet in the pre-market. Poet is, again, doing its thing. Through the VWAP, through the VWAP, all-time high. Pretty cheap to be an all-time high, but there's Poet, Poet is an all-time high. Just out of curiosity, let's see where INBX could open. So I'm going to display this screen for the first time today. This blue window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. I'm in sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the symbol, but it is INBX. Halted at 130 in red. Column trying to tell you where it could open, okay? If you're not used to halts and resumes, typically they are 5 minutes long. Why do they happen? A stock moves too quickly up or down, and the stock gets halted. That's a very simple explanation. Okay, there are other things, but very simple explanation. And again, typically they are 5 minute halts. So something's putting a charge into fuel cell here, guys. Yeah, FCEL. This is also shortable for me. Is it is topped out, trying to top out here. The next high on a weekly chart, okay. Okay, I've got a monthly chart there. I got to change it to a weekly chart. Okay, guys, so the nukes are a little bit alive today. Excuse me, SMR. The nukes are a little bit alive today. Yeah, some big spurts up, guys. Here's another one, red wire, RDW, and the next high. So on a weekly chart, this has got a ton of room. A ton of room. Okay, on a weekly chart, 1452 is that. Here goes. Here, yeah. As I couldn't have said it better myself, Matt. AGPU, yeah, no continuation whatsoever. I think today I'm going to be concentrating more on the larger cap stocks again, like I tried to yesterday. Find that these low floaters just didn't seem to have too much continuation. Now, ELPW, I might, ELPW, that's just got halted. ELPW just got halted. Here's GP moving, guys. I mean, I sort of know this company. They're in Vancouver. Well, sort of know them. I met somebody once. We were doing some kind of a fair. The bid ask are mixed on poet. Okay, let's see what you're talking about. Not sure what you mean. I'm looking here. 127, 1230. I'm sorry, 1227, 1230. What do you mean by mixed? I'm just looking at time and sales, interactive brokers. There's the bid ask. Well, that I can't. I don't know why. If that were the case, I'm just looking now. It's in. Looks like it's normal. Cannot speak for Thinkorswim, of course. I have Interactive Brokers as my wonderful brokerage platform. All right, how about Qubit here, guys? Why would I look at Qubit? Well, Qubit, I mean, we still extended these stocks right now, but it's over 10. That's a psychological number. Yesterday's high was 1010. So let's put a price alert a little bit above that and see if it takes out yesterday's high. Problem is it's still extended. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Yes. Horrific. Look at INBX now. I mean, what was it halted at? It was halted at what, $130? And when we were looking, it looked like, 129 potential open. My goodness. This is like almost like this is like fake news. Seriously, like a fake news headline that Merck and others are interested in this. I mean, that is ridiculous. It's halted again, probably. Again, $155 down to one. I haven't seen one like this for a while. almost like the company put out a press release saying we're not interested in being taken over. Well, this is a roller coaster, a one-way roller coaster right now. I mean, yes, that is quite unbelievable. I agree, Grumpy. I mean that headline. It's almost like a Reuters report. Company's experimental cancer drug draws interest from Merck rivals and rivals. I mean that is really. Yeah, we see a lot of things, when you stare at stocks for years and years and years. But this one is pretty dramatic. Or charts, I should have said. Okay, Klar, KLAR. What was last week's high? Too close, 1550. Stock's at 15 right now, so it's too close for me to look at it. Well, BSX, Boston Scientific, is still hanging in at the highs. Now, the only reason I'm going to mention this one is because I have a thumbnail from yesterday, but Beyond Meat's taking a little bit of a move here. Well, a big move from a dollar to a dollar 22. BYND. This one was one of those ones again that big move yesterday. I mean, look, we got up to 140, closed down here at $1. So all right, Redwire's got some room, guys. This is the one we looked at a little while ago. Yeah, Redwire's got some room. Okay, RDW, guys, RDW. It's got some room. It's over that whole number. I like it. So you don't have to take it, but any news on this one? I don't see any news on RDW, but let's see. Better move quickly or I'm out. I don't like. I mean, it sort of snuck in underneath the my 15-minute. Talking about the RDW. Okay, I took myself out of it, guys. RDW. I'm going to look at it again if it gets back up over 1217 or so. It might be just a little too early. Sorry. So here's the poet. The poet. Well, if you got nerves of steel, I mean, the INBX is probably going to, it's going to have tremendous range still. Well, there's the INBX, and did it halted again? No, I guess it didn't. 105 to 119. All right, so this is, excuse me, this is an earnings play, CALX from our AI, short opportunity at 43.11. There's a dollar move down. No, saw this one yesterday, had a big, well, no, maybe not yesterday, 2 days ago. Big day, got up to 20, but look where it closed at 10, basically cut in half. Trying to maybe make a little resumption. It's over yesterday's high, MAAS. It is now halted. So what traders are looking at, of course, 2 days ago when I got up to 20.99. Low float situation, China low float, no volume. Sorry guys, no volume. 55,000 shares. So forget what I said. Meanwhile, AGPU opened and opened on the way down. Yeah. Saw that CRVS is right over here. Now this was an AI play from yesterday, guys. SLDP, as I recall from our AI. I'm pretty sure. So we're over four now. I was probably looking at this to see if it could take out 406. The next high looking left is 450. So I'm going to put a price alert right at 406 and see if it can take that out. And then maybe have a shot to the 450 mark for the SLDP. Okay, Qubit now, QUBT. And we talked about this one a little earlier. Has room, QUBT. It's right at yesterday's high, which is 1010. Ooh, too bad, Ozzy. Remote Ozzy in our YouTube room. Poor Wi-Fi. Well, I'm sure glad I got out of the RDW. Now let's see what it. Let me see. Okay, it's maybe well, not maybe. It's getting into the VWAP right now. Maybe that will be a bounce area. So you can see what, well, only if you have the AI, of course. We've got a couple of shorts from the AI, and they're both earnings plays. Well, you know what? If this takes out 49 again, I'm going to put a price alert around 48.88. That's for the SON. I may have to take a look at shorting this one. What's the next low looking left on the weekly chart? Is 46.88. That's certainly far enough away. Oh, now the RDW pops for me. Well, I want to take it. I almost feel like I should sit out the first half hour the way things are going. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. SON. Still, I thought maybe it would hold underneath 49. I want to short that one. Waiting to see if it breaks underneath 49 again. Bit of a spread issue for the SON. No, more now, 60, wow, 68.83. I'm not sure I want to commit to it. All right, guys, I'm going to maybe move on. I mean, I don't really like this one underneath 49. Spread is not terrible, I suppose, right now, but talking about the SON. Okay, guys. Now, I saw that Poet was one of the ones from our AI. What I'm going to do, of course, is take a look and see if we get a reentry on it. If we got a reentry, it would be between 1287 and 1248. About, yeah, the reentry would be about 1267 or so. I'm going to put a price alert right there to see if we get a reentry. I know I'm gonna regret not shorting that. Forgetting about that little spread issue with the SON. Looks like it's really cascading down now. Just give me one moment, okay? I'll explain how to do it. X arrow. Just give me one moment, okay? Just give me about 5 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so your question put a sound alert on, okay? So are you talking about what I just did on my price alert window or on the chart or just in general? Because what I did, for instance, if I wanted to put so are you talking about putting a sound alert on in the price alert window like this? Here are my price alerts. Okay. So you don't even have to have this open, but you may as well. So if you click on new and then price alert window, okay. Now, if you've got price alerts, something will, if you've never done one before, it'll be blank. Okay. But best thing to do is to minimize the window anyway, minimize it. You don't have to have it taking any screen space. So if I put a price alert here, say I wanted to put a price alert for CRCA, okay? And oh, the sound though, you want the well, okay. Couple things. So you want to put a price alert, say just at 4708, I'm eyeballing it. I right click, create the price alert. Where are you? Um, it's right at the top. Sorry, I thought it was lower. Anyway, create price alert. Okay. And so if I've eyeballed it well enough, so I'll keep it at 4704. Obviously, I could type in a number. I don't usually put any notes in. You can if you want to, but I just save it. Okay. And now it's going to show up. It's going to show up in my price alerts window at the bottom. Okay. Got a lot. I'm going to have to get rid of some, but you see it's right at the bottom here. Okay. Now, if it triggers at 4704, because I've minimized the window, it will pop up on my screen. Okay. Now, if you want to put a sound alert on this also, which I think was your question, perhaps, put a sound alert on it, you just right click and go to actions. Okay, right click, go to actions. Have you put a sound alert on anything else before? Like an alert window, because it's the same principle. You just click the play sound, you set up the sound. You can text to speech if you want. You've got two options, female and male. Okay, or you can use there. See how it if I'd had this minimized, if I had this minimized, this CRCA would have popped up, or the price alert window would have popped up on my screen. Okay, you see what happened? You hit the price alert, and I also have a sound, so you can also click use custom sound, and then select sound, and then these are three folders. Each folder has a series of sound alerts. You can kind of you can left click on gong as an example. You can open it and you can play it if you like it. Then you just say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to whatever window you started the process from, be it an alert window, a price alert window, or AI. Okay, did I go too quickly, or are we good? Okay. Now let me get rid of a lot of these alerts that I don't need anymore. But the best thing to do is to minimize the window, okay? Even if you've got screen space, just minimize the window, because it's way better to see it when it pops up on your screen. You can't miss it. All right, guys, it's just over 10 o'clock now. So typically at this time of day is when I go over my home page. So give me a moment as I get my homepage link in. The FRMM, do I see it anywhere? Didn't win a race. It's been an active one. Let's take a look at it. I'll have to type it in then. Yeah, yeah, the foreign markets. Yeah, I mean, this is above the last 2-day highs now. Maybe a challenge to the 557 mark, maybe. A little choppy, but it held the VWAP. That was the best thing about it, I guess. Held the VWAP, came into it and held. Are you kidding me? Car doing 1,000? Wow. Okay. Clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So a little bit messy at the top here in terms of taking out a subscription and using a promo code, but I'll explain it. Okay, we've got 3 codes going. So if you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can use my code Barry30. That'll get you 30% off a premium annual. If you want to take out a premium monthly, remember the monthly subscriptions are first month only. We get so many people saying, "How come you're charging more the second month?" Well, the discount is for the first month only. Okay, first month only. Please listen. So if you do want to take out a 1 month premium, first month only, you'll get 25% off. After that, it reverts to the normal price. And then standard. If you want to take out a standard monthly, you'll get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year. Okay, so we do have these 3 codes going. Remember, and this one is 25 Barry, not Barry 25. I don't. There was a problem putting it as Barry 25 for some reason. Anyway, you can take a look here. If you have any questions about these codes, just let me know. I'll ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever the code is going to be. Why? I moderate 2 rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here, the trading room. So this room is way more robust than YouTube. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're sitting in YouTube and you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this room. It's free. Okay, just click here. A couple of added bonuses, though. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some pre-market interaction with other traders, come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. I don't do it. Thank you, Obi, for doing it. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. Obi's on the East Coast. So then I get on the mic, both rooms, around 9 o'clock. And sometime between 2 and 2:30 is usually when I start thinking about taking off. I always say later if we have questions. But even when I do take off, this trading room is open after I leave. Typically, William in the room has been keeping it open to at least say 2:30, 2:30, 3:30. You know, it may sometimes it can be 3:45. It's up to you guys, really. You know, if you guys keep them interested in this trading in this room once I'm gone, in other words, posts and things like that, we'll keep it open later. But anyway, he'll let us know. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. Okay. So there you go. So as William says, there's almost no chat last night. If you hadn't been busy, you would have closed way early. So it's up to you guys, you know. Well, it was a short though. Okay. Okay. SON is a short at 49.18. So if it was at 48.88, I'm not sure what you mean exactly. It was a short. Next step, if you take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, okay, you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info. Okay, well, you're new to trading. That's okay. Just think of it this way: when you go long a stock, you buy a stock. Okay, going long, you hope it goes up in price. That's that's I'd say that's the majority of trading is that. Okay, people understand that. I buy a stock at 10. I want it to go higher. I sell at a profit. It's just a difference. Okay, going short means you short the stock at 10. You want it to go or whatever price, and you want it to go down. That's how you make money. It's just a different. There's a little more. You have to have shorts available and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, that's in a nutshell. That's the difference. Okay, so you short a stock. You want it to go. You want it to move lower, and then you buy it lower, cover it, what's called covering your position. Yeah, if you short a stock, you make money if it goes down. Yes. You buy a stock going long, you make money if it goes up. So getting back to getting started with trade ideas. So if you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what well, first of all, mandatory. Oh yeah, every broker has shorts. Every single broker has the ability to short. Okay, it's nothing new. So mandatory you do this if you've just taken out a subscription, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. But if you're thinking about the program, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to take out a subscription, okay? At least a month. You can always unsubscribe. You know, month to month is just, that's what it is. You can unsubscribe at any time, okay? Back to basics though. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading, okay? And last, if you're looking for the information that I'm sharing, races and scans, etc. You click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, view my scans. So here are the two races. The large cap gainers is right here. This is a wide open race. It has no float restriction. It doesn't have a market minimum market cap. It's just wide open. You'll see stocks with big percentage moves sometimes, as opposed to this one over here. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means they're less volatile. Okay, so there are the two races. Upside versus downside movers is here. It's a crawl, basically taking two competing scans with very similar filters with each one, but just looking for stocks with the similar filters, one moving, making new highs of the day, and the other one making new lows of the day. So it's a crawl, real-time alerts. If it's in green, it's a new high of the day. If it's in red, a new low of the day. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is down here, and I do have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. A momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan. I do have this one up and running. I said to myself after having it up and running yesterday that I should modify it, and I forgot to. Just getting too many alerts. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, okay, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. The only thing I can help with is your account. If you have an accounting type question, I cannot help you there. You'll have to, but I can direct you. I can give you an email address, an email, and direct you to our accounting people who can help you if you're having an issue with your account. Boy, just about blew that. Okay, so again, I'm going to concentrate more on the larger cap stocks, guys. I'm just not finding a lot of follow through in these ones here. Ross halted again on the way up. Now there's follow through. Cheap stock, low float. There's some follow through at least. Well, I cannot speak. So Homyar in our YouTube room, you're in a trade ideas trading room, okay? So there's nothing to do with trading view. So I'm not sure what. There's a slight delay in YouTube. You're in YouTube right now. There's a slight delay. YouTube imposes it, about a 7-second delay. The other room that I talk about has no delay whatsoever. Okay, so if you want to come into the what I call the main room, it's free also. I just put my homepage link in. Just click on it and scroll down, and where you see trading room right here, you come in. A lot more action in the trading room. YouTube's fine if you just want to listen to me and hear and see my screen, I guess, if you don't care about interaction. Okay, so now you're just trolling stocks unhinged. God, trade room. That goes back a while. There's Lucid guys. All almost is this an all-time high or an all-time low right now? It is basically a lifetime low for Lucid. I just feel. I mean, this. I asked the question the other day. Has anybody seen a Lucid car? Maybe there's some out there. There you go. All right. Well, anything to try to pump the stock, I guess, but rebounds from all-time low as Uber reveals major ownership stake. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on this one underneath 7. What do they look like, Spanky? What are they lucid? Are they cars? Are they trucks? Are they both vans, SUVs? I don't think I've seen one in Vancouver. Definitely was an infectious song. I recall from my Sirius XM. I haven't seen one, Grumpy. I think they're supposed to come out sometime this summer. Haven't seen one yet, though. Okay, while I wait on Lucid, I want to see if it gets back into underneath 690. I might have to take a short on this one, but a stop, around the 7 level and see what happens. I just don't. Uber can do what they want. Yeah, too bad. Well, Vlad, you mentioned Xanadu. I saw that one early, or it was right there. Xanadu, XNDU. Yeah, it's just well, it's above yesterday's high, and the next high, look left, obviously still has room. $32 still has room. Well, market is in a little rip mode, isn't it? Okay, Lucid. See if it moves down from here. Market is in a little rip mode now. Is this an all-time high? The answer is not quite. 712.39. 712.39. All right, guys. Tech, big Canadian company, Tech, TECK, over over that whole number. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over this race and the concept of racing. Okay, and especially this one, I think is if you're starting out trading, I think this is probably a better one to look at, just because it's not as volatile. This is more fun, but with fun comes volatility. Okay, so before I get into the racing, I just want to direct you to the guide, which is going to basically explain what racing is all about. A lot of good videos are there. It's another way of displaying our content. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, and this just a little bit, expand this just, or sorry, scroll down, go to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here, you see the user guide. So click on that user guide, and right here, TI stock racing, okay? Whole section on TI stock racing. So I will go over the concept of racing right now. So, and everything is customizable. Everything I'm saying, look at INBX now. Unbelievable. So everything is customizable. Everything I'm saying is going to be customizable, including the duration of the race. I'm running a 4-minute race, okay? That's what I've chosen. No magic to it. That's what I chose. If you want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, up to you, okay? But what does it mean? What does that 3% mean? That means that since the race started, a little over 2 minutes ago, this stock, BTM, has moved the most percentage-wise. It's moved 3%. Okay? Not a big move, but it is a move. That's why it's on top here of the leaderboard. And what happens is, over the course of the day, a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that AGPU won 9 races. Now, remember, I was running this in the pre-market also, so that's why AGPU was super active in the pre-market. ELPW won 4 races, etc. So that's what the number beside the symbol refers to. So right now, GP is in the top position. If it wins the race, what time is it now? 58 seconds. But there's a lot of time still. It's like any other race, jockeying for position in the top, jockeying for position. Who's going to win the race? So, how to kind of use this? Well, first of all, if you see a stock leading a race, click on it. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on the symbol. When you click on the symbol, because you don't know what you're going to see, what is the chart going to tell you? So, for instance, not that this is, well, maybe it's a bit of a curl play, but what if it had been above the VWAP? Okay, that purple line. What if it had been moving into the VWAP? Okay, coming into the VWAP. VWAP was holding, and then it was popping, which is why you would see it at the top. It was a percentage move. Not in this case, but many times you'll see a stock that is leading a race, and you look and wow, you say right at the VWAP, and it's moving off it. If you're a VWAP type player, that could be very interesting to you. So these are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day or anything like that. They could have pulled back, and then they're starting to move again. That's number one. Number two, I would click on anything you see in here, okay? Anything to see what's happening. It's in this list of stocks right now. The race hasn't. The race takes 30 seconds to sort of rev up. Look at Le Mans, the cars are just revving up, and then the flag comes down, and boom, the race starts. So here's that MMAAS. There's no value. The VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, now this VWAP is using pre-market data. Okay, so it's not there's no values. It's just that's what the VWAP is. Does that make sense? But I do take into account the pre-market action, pre-market volume. That's what this line does. So there's no adjustment. I mean, it's just that's the volume weighted average price. I mean, that's just a that is a number. That is there's no why is AI mostly shorts? Well, whatever the AI looked at the ones that got optimized for today were on the short side. That's there's no we don't know ahead of time. And right now, all four of them, except for the HCSG, they're all modestly positive. So you see something here, click on it. Just see what's happening. You see something that's won a race before, click on it. See what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. I mean, again, I wish I wish we'd see something that was maybe moving like above the VWAP and coming into it, maybe going to act as support. But you just don't know until you click on it. So if something has won a race, something that's won a lot of races, you should be following it all day long. Though I have a problem right now with these low floaters. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of continuation, and I'm going to go into this. I'll go over this race. But why are these stocks showing up here, okay, versus these ones here? They're very different, okay? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on the body of the race, open the top list, one of the options. So that's where the races start. You construct your own top list window, or you can take mine, and I'll also show you how you can take mine and adjust it to your parameters. So the use of a top list window before we had races, and you can still do it if you want. But let's say you wanted to find the stocks that are up the most today. So C%, that's a change from yesterday's close. Okay. So as long as you have the column header, you double left click and you can sort on it. Now, in this top list, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. 200,000 shares minimum have traded and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. This is what I'm looking for. Doesn't have to be what you're looking for. You can adjust it any way you want. But if a stock meets those filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. So while it's nice to see the stocks that are at the high, or above yet or way above yesterday's close, and don't discount. I mean, some people say, "Well, I don't want to see a stock that's at 58% already." I mean, that's obviously too extended. Not necessarily. At the end of the day, this stock could be up 100%. We don't know. But what the race does, and this is the beauty of it, the race does not care in this list of stocks where it is in the list. All it cares about is what is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks. Now, again, you're going to see, like, here's Mass, and it's at the top here. And why are you going to see Mass and probably ELPW and some of the other ones that are up here all day long? Because people are watching them all day long. There's going to be movement all day long on these ones. But there's nothing stopping, like take I don't know, Merck, MERC, okay? It's up 8%. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was up 9%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you ever know that? Well, that's what the race does. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in this list. All it cares about is what's moving the most percentage-wise. And again, all races start from this top list window. If I right-click in this, see, I have an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So you can take this You can use it just as it is, or you can make adjustments. You can change the price range, the volume, add your own filters, make it more your own if you want. Then I'm going to go over this rate. See the difference? Look how many stocks are in here compared to the one over here. Now, this is not a static list of stocks. In other words, this is not it for the day. Stocks will come in and out. It'll never be as big as that list. But the reason why there are not as many in this list, if I right click and click on configure in the summary, so now we're looking for stocks between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares are traded minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. But this is the real reason. The stock price has to be, I click on here. This is the position in the day's range, okay? So I have a minimum of a 95. If I put 100, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means the stock is going to be very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. And the float has to be at least 50 million, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. These three filters are not here. That's why there's not that many stocks in here. But stocks will come in and out because sometimes, the stock will, the change from the close has to be up 2%. What if it drops underneath 2%? And it was in this list before, now it'll disappear. Or a stock was close to the high of the day at the 95 level, but maybe it starts to drop. So it's going to drop from the list, or stocks will come into the list as they meet the filter requirements. I'm trying to see how it just dropped. Okay. Are you talking about in the AI, Carol? Carol, are you talking about in the AI? I mean, any obviously stocks. Well, I mean, any stock that's above. I mean, but just because a stock is making a new high of the day and above yesterday's close doesn't necessarily mean that you just pile into the trade as a long. It could be topping out. So, it depends what you mean by only long signals. I mean, if you're talking about stocks that are like here, these are all stocks that are positive for the day. Okay. Right here, these are stocks. So in red, these are stocks making new lows of the day, and in green, making new highs of the day. Just because a stock makes a new high doesn't mean you just automatically pile into it and go long. But if you're looking for positive stocks for the day versus negative stocks for the day, then it's pretty simple if that's what you're talking about. But look at, here's a good example. Look at the INBX. Still super positive for the day, up 22%. But look at it. All right. I mean, just because a stock is positive for the day doesn't mean it's an automatic, go long. I mean, this is what a devastating short this would have been. It's more about when you get an alert, be it a stock that's up for the day, is you kind of take a look and you start checking your charts, especially the daily and the weekly, the daily chart to see where could it go. Well, again, XRL. I mean, stocks that are. I could say to you that a stock that is horribly negative for the day might be a good long. Maybe it's found a bottom and you're going to go long. You know, so just because a stock is up a lot doesn't mean that you just pile into the trade. You have to think of it that way. It's all about looking at a chart and saying, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high? Or is it at the VWAP? Is a stock bouncing in? Sounds like you probably should go over the. Sounds like you're pretty new to trading, which is fine. Okay, these are good questions. But there's all sorts of different trading styles. Also, you probably should use our simulator to practice trading and sort of try to develop a style that makes sense for you. A lot of people look at this VWAP, this purple line. Stock moves into it, moving down, down, down. Still positive for the day, but making lows, but moving down, and then the VWAP maybe holds it as support, and then it turns into bounces off this area and turns into potential long. So, Prez, this is what I did. Okay, basically, if you click on the indicators, left click on the indicators and trade wave. Don't click here. It's a toggle on and off. So click on the to the right, and here's where you can adjust it. So this is what I think you're talking about. This is what I did. The opacity. Okay, you want the opacity here. Okay, and just you see when I this is probably what it's like. So it's very dark. So if you do this, the opacity, slide it. That's what I did. Consequently, it's a pale blue. Now I can see inside if the VWAP happens to be inside it. Okay, so click on the indicator. Okay, the indicator icon. Click to the right of TL Wave. There's some icons here. Click on that. So you have this. You have this popping up now for you. Okay, so now you just go to the opacity. And I think the default is this one, the fast EMA 5 and the slow EMA 12. I think that's what we're basically all using. And just make the slider, move it back so that you can see through it. ENVB, okay, that wasn't that a psychedelic play from a couple of days ago, ENVB. Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on it, well, it's the best we can say, it's above yesterday's high, and of course, it has room, but, we had a couple of those, the PBM, we had a few of the psychedelic stocks that were going crazy, 2 days ago. My thoughts on it, well, it's a little extended right now, but if you're looking more for pullback plays, you want to see maybe if it can pull back a little bit into the VWAP, or some of you may have a moving average on your charts that you like and see if it pulls back into it. Steve Gomez, he uses a 15-minute chart and he has that 10 SMA. He loves that sort of a play. Well, guys, I just took myself out of the lucid. It just was boring me to death. A little loss on that one. Hoping it would kind of make its way down below 690 or 990 in a bigger way, but it did not do it. So I'm going to forget about it. Not dynamic enough. And it's a low float. You always have to be aware of the float, 1.8 million in the float. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be volatile. Yeah, I just was thinking that it broke down through that whole number, Nico, and I thought, okay, it's an all-time low. Dairy Queen. Hey, DQ guys, let's take a look at this one. So the energy plays. Interesting that this is It's not an energy drink. Sorry, it looks like it should be, but it's not. I want this race to be over. I just wish I knew why it's all jumbled up like that. So if you wanted to create your own race, but you didn't want to start a top list from scratch, here's what you can do. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this race, duplicate into free floating window, get out of this dock, and so here it is right here. Okay, so a couple things. If you click on the gear, so imagine you've taken this race or this race, and you click on the gear. It's going to stop the race, number one. And here's how you can make some very quick adjustments. You know, if you wanted to change the price range that I'm using and the minimum volume, you can do so if that's all you wanted to change. And then it becomes more your own. Or you could also click on advanced, and that's where you see all the filters. There's only one other filter. The price has to be up 2% from yesterday's close. You may not like these, so you make changes. Or also, excuse me, also, you can add filter if you have any experience trading. You can add some filters that you like right here. Okay. And then you say, okay. And now the race is going to be based on your set of parameters, not my set of parameters. But you don't have to you don't have to create a new top list from scratch. You can just take mine and make adjustments. Okay. That's number one. Number two, if the race, you want to change the time. I've got 4 minutes. I'm running a 4 minute race. So you can stop the race by clicking on the box and right click in the body of the race. And then this pops up, show the race setup at the top. So here's how you can make adjustment. Remember now, this is all in the guide, but this is just a quick look at it. Here's the minutes to run, and that's how you can adjust the time frame. So you want to run a 3 minute race, a 5 minute race, a 10 minute race. You don't have to run a 4 minute race. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago. I just sort of stuck with it. There's no magic about four, but you may have a completely different idea of the length that you want to run, and that's how you do it. And then you start the race. Okay, so very easy to take either one of these two, adjust, make the adjustments if you want to. It's hard not to say Dairy Queen when you see DQ. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:45. So now I'm going to have to check to see whether Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, if he's actually going to do it is Wednesday, so he typically has been doing his own YouTube thing between 12 and 1. So it's an opportunity for you to ask the CEO questions. But I want to make sure he's going to be doing it today. Okay, but understand it's not a buy for long. It's just going to tell you. But here's an alert window. Okay, here's a real simple one. just because you get an alert, it doesn't mean that you just hop into the trade. Okay. So the thing, okay, this is what you would do, in my opinion. Okay, you're saying bird to extend it, but here's the VWAP. Okay, so you might want to do what you might want to do when you see that. Then that's where you start using price alerts. Okay, the price alerts that we looked at earlier. You might look at this and go, you know what, I like it, but I want to see if it pulls back close to the VWAP as an example, or maybe a moving average that you like. I can't tell you what to use. You have to really practice. You know, you know, there's no one definite moving average that you should use, if that makes sense. Some people like a 10-minute SMA and a 15-minute chart. Some people are using a 3-minute EMA. I mean, it's all over the place, and it's a matter of getting comfortable. But the VWAP at least is something that a lot of people will follow. So right now with Bird, you might look at this and go, okay, maybe I'll put a price alert close to the VWAP and see if it gets there. Okay, and maybe if it gets close to that area and it holds and starts to move, maybe I take the trade there. Okay, as an example, just an example. But there's no. I mean, I can give you an alert window that's going to show you stocks making new highs of the day or new 5-minute highs or new. Doesn't absolutely mean that you're going to hop into the trade immediately. You have to have an idea about what the chart is trying to tell you. I wish I could just say, yeah, this is the alert window to use, and every time you get an alert, just take the trade. If it were that easy, you see this crawl right here. So a beam, just because it's at the high of the day and it's making a new high of the day and it's moving like this, you wouldn't necessarily take the trade right now. Maybe you want to wait for it to pull back. So you don't instead of having to stare at the chart, all you do is you put a price alert in an area that you might think might be an area that you want to take the trade. But you're not going to know that unless you practice trading. You're not going to know. Well, when you're hearing me saying, well, you put it at an area where you might take the trade. Well, you're probably saying, well, where would that be? Well, that's a good question. That's why here's the VWAP. Some people would just wait to see if it gets close to the VWAP, and will the VWAP act as support? Boy, oh boy, it's tempting, to just take. I mean, look at the spread. Is this halted? Look at the spread on this. Well, now it widened. It was 107.06 and 107.09, but now it just widened. That's for the INBX. So here's another way. So obviously, Errol, you have the AI. Here is something that, in my opinion, you should be looking at. Then, okay. First of all, how are you following the AI? Is it this window right here, or are you going into the AI channel? My opinion, this is all you need. So, how are you tracking the AI alerts today? So in general, for others who are have our AI, this is what I would do. Click on New from the toolbar, and then where it says, I have three that start off with Premium AI. Don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version, so I've got all this other stuff, but you'll have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. Then this is the window that you will see. Let me know. Now, the other thing to do is to get, if in that filter section, more than likely, if you're okay, more than likely is profitable trades checked. If it is checked, uncheck it. Okay, so you see all the trades, okay, all the alerts. So uncheck that if, so in that filter box, the default is having the profitable trades checked, uncheck it. Why? I'm going to explain why. The next thing is you'll see a re-entry price column. I believe that's a default. So when you load this, you'll see a re-entry price column. Notice that there's only one so far, 382 for the MX. What that means is that the original alert was at 388, but it hit the stop at 376. And then it came halfway between 388 and 376, which is 382. You'll get a re-entry. So if you didn't take it the first time, or even if you took it the first time, or you got stopped out, this is an opportunity to take it again. Okay, or maybe for the first time. Now look at Poet as an example. Not Poet. We're talking about Bird. I mean, it may not happen, but here's 864, and it got out. Okay, 838. So it hit the stop. If Bird comes back halfway between 864 and 838, you will get a reentry. So a lot of times, many who use our AI just wait for reentries. You will miss one that just keeps moving right from the beginning. Okay. But a lot of us, me personally, because I can't pay as much attention as I would like to, just wait for reentries. Don't mess around with the original alerts and just wait for reentries. Now, in this case, look at the FGI. I mean, I know you don't want to short, but right now, shorting these from the AI would have been a good idea. And so, if you have this profitable trades checked, the problem with that is that if in fact, and we don't know if Bird is going to do it, if in fact it comes halfway between that original entry price and the stop, you won't see it because it's only going to look at profitable trades, and that would be under 864. So it would not be a profitable trade according. Okay, so you wouldn't see it. That's why you should uncheck it. That makes sense. And obviously, you'll get in the trade and listen, nothing's saying that it's going to absolutely work just because you get a reentry. If it were that simple, okay, but some days it's amazing. So you look at the 382 here. I mean, it's at 391. It's still modestly good. Or you just concentrate on going long. I find it hard to believe that Robinhood doesn't allow shorts. Anybody with Robinhood, I find that hard to believe that they don't allow shorts. You may have to, like get a margin account or something within Robinhood that would allow you to short, but Okay, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I am now back again. Did I trade car at all? No, I did not trade car at all. Perfect circle in the YouTube room asking me if I traded car at all. All right, guys. So I just confirmed. So Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream at noon Eastern, so he doesn't take over mine. Okay, so that's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. I know a couple of questions that keep coming up. When can we get a scan that's going to show a real-time alert on the sell and buy flags? That's number one. The other one that's coming up a lot is when can we get an alert when in the long-term AI strategy? So what that means is, I just shut down my AI. Just and that's okay. So what that means is, as an example, okay. So here's Poet at 1287. If sometime in the future, this is an AI alert today, and it might have been an AI alert earlier too, other days, but right now, for this particular alert, if sometime in the future, tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, several months from now, it goes above 1287, it gets into that long-term AI, okay? The problem is you don't get an alert. You can't tell when a new one is being added. And so that is a question that comes up a lot. Ask him. I don't know what he's going to say. I might ignore you. I have no idea, but it's something that comes up a lot. I would say those are the two most common questions that we get. All right, guys. Let's see. Well, the channel bar is just it's theme-based channels. Okay, I mean you have to look at a channel if you see a theme that you like, but you have to understand how to read a chart. I mean, they're just theme-based channels. So if you click on the channel bar, dock channel bar, and the most, or maybe you want to trade ETFs, or maybe you want to look at the quants or the nukes, or these are all crypto. I mean, these are all just theme-based channels. So it's to make money is just it's going to. So if you decided that today is the day you wanted to look at crypto, or maybe you want to look at crypto every day. I'm talking about the stocks. I'm not talking about trading Bitcoin. Well, at least these are zeroing in on some of the ones that are moving. But it's like anything else. You click on the symbol. So what it's doing is it's zeroing in on in that particular sector. But it's like anything else. You have to click on the symbol and check what the chart is doing. And if it makes sense to you to take the trade, then you take the trade. But it's not the idea of the channel bar is to help you zero in on the type of theme that you might be looking at, and then you'll only see those sorts of stocks. So B and AI, okay. Well, if you want to go long, I mean, the first thing you should be looking at is, I mean, that's sort of far enough away. The VWAP, it's below the VWAP. Now, a lot of people will not go long if a stock is below the VWAP. I mean, that might be just a rule you have, okay? But some will look at this and go, okay, maybe the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet, and it can trade into that area. But right now, for me, it's not really seeing, you know, an advantage one way or the other. I mean, yeah, the wave is turned a little bit blue here, but I'm not seeing a big advantage one way or the other. But if you want to see strong stocks, you know, typically people look at strong stocks as being, stocks that are at least above the VWAP. Okay, you may want it, so you could put a filter that in your, it'll just be a filter, and that shows stocks with other filters in place, of course, that are at least that are above the VWAP. And I please show how to collect 3 or 4 stocks I'm trading in one window. And I create more than one price alert window. Well, and some will do that, Dark. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Some people will look at this and go, you know what? Maybe the VWAP acts as a magnet. It's a trading style. I mean, people will do that, sure. Sort of a mean, as you call it, a mean reversion to the VWAP. But there are people out there that say, you know what? I'm not taking any stock going along unless it's above the VWAP. It could be a trading style, but this could be a trading style also. If it's far enough from the VWAP, I'll try to play, a bet like a move into it. but you've got to practice, get comfortable doing something. So when you say create more than one price alert window, I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly because here's my price alert window. Okay. Now, so are we talking about the price? Because you can only have one price alert window, but are you talking about this price alert window? Are you talking about this? Okay. So what then is your question? Because if you've got it, then you must have some kind of a trigger, right? You have some kind of a trigger. You've created a price alert, and now it's in here. And if okay, so 30 stocks, and you could have in theory, I think you can have up to well, you shouldn't have 500, but what is really your question? When it triggers, if one of those 30 stocks triggers with the price alert you set, and you minimize the window, it's gonna pop up on your screen. So what is your question then, really? Well, this is semantics then, because the idea of a price alert window is, whether you have three stocks in here or, you know, 50 stocks in here, you've created a price alert for some reason and you want to be notified at that price. That's the theory of it anyway, right? Now, when you talk about, are you talking about this is a top list window then? Are you talking about this? Okay, so you're not talking, see, it was semantics then, okay. Well, if you have three or four stocks, so you just want to focus on three or four, do you know which ones they're going to be? You just create a symbol list then. Okay. Then you create a symbol list with those three. You know how to do that? Create a symbol list, a watch list, and you put those three or four stocks in, and those are the ones you're going to focus on all day. And you can either monitor through a top list window or even I mean, three or four is pretty, is, that's not many stocks, but the other thing you may want to do, I mean, if it's only three or four stocks, I know what I would do. I would create I would create four thumbnail charts. Okay. I mean, it's not hard, you know, small charts and just put those symbols on and maybe put some price alerts on the chart to areas that you might like. Does that make sense? That's what I would do. Well, yeah, but you can have independent charts. Okay. Like here's my spy chart. Okay. So when I click on a symbol, the spy chart doesn't change. Just make sure that you click on the properties and uncheck symbol linking, symbol linking. And then you can have those three or four stocks as charts. And then that's exactly what I would do if that's all you want to look at. And then you put a price alert. Guys, I have to take my dog is acting up a bit. Some of you understand maybe what's going on. So I have to perhaps take her out. So give me a moment, guys. I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm back. So did that make sense, Efesi? I mean, you can create a top list window and put those and sorry, a symbol list, put those four stocks in, sort of monitor it using a top list window so you'll see the four. But in my opinion, if you only have three or four stocks, create create charts, create your independent charts, and because why are you watching them? I mean, let me ask you this: why would you be watching them? It's because you want to watch them, but but where would you wanna take the trade? You know what I mean? Like, you must have an idea saying, "Okay, I wanna watch these stocks." Okay. So if you are trading them, then why wouldn't you then I know what I would do. I would just put price alerts. Let's say I had been trading BNAI, okay, as an example. Somebody asked about that earlier, and I have this one thumbnail, one of my 3 or 4 charts that I wanna follow all day long. So I said, you know what? I'm out of this now, but you know what? I want to get back in if it hits 34.49. You put a price alert right there. And or if I want to short it, and if you're willing to go long or short, the three or four, then put some bracketed price alerts. Or I want to short it if it gets down here. Just create the price alerts. Now, now you sort of got a little bit of a plan, right? And you just wait for the alerts to happen. And it could be obviously 3 or 4 different stocks every day. Well, that's where, if you want, that's where you can maybe, try to use the TI wave, okay? So when you're in a trade and, and then the wave is working. So if you're going long and the wave is working in your favor, it's blue, and you're just following the wave. I mean, I don't know which one you're looking. Give me an idea of one you're looking at. Which one are the 3 or 4? Okay, fuel cell, okay. Not easy because it's so choppy, okay, in my opinion. Now, on a 2-minute chart, it's pretty choppy. Let's take a look at Poet. Okay, let's just say you had taken Poet down here, okay? You looked at it, it looked like for maybe you thought it had bottomed out, and you said, "You know what? I'm gonna take the trade right here at, say, 11.78." Now what you do is you follow the wave. There's no reason to get out of the trade. You might want to take something off. Now, obviously, I mean, if you don't mind taking a trade underneath the VWAP, but okay, let's just say you don't mind that. You're watching it. Now, here it is at the VWAP. I would probably take some off right here, just in case the VWAP would hold it and maybe it would bounce. It would act as resistance. So maybe you take a little bit off, not all, and now you just ride the wave. Okay, as long as that wave is blue, you keep in the trade, and it's a lot easier to do that when you've taken some off. I mean, that's an idea. Okay, I'm not saying that's what you should do. That's what I would do. Until that transitions, to orange. Yeah, put the wave on all four of those charts. You have to be using you know how to put the wave on, right? Okay, yeah. So put the wave on those four charts, and that's hey, listen. It's not a bad idea, And during the day, you may get tired of one of them. Maybe you don't want to look at Poet anymore, and you put another chart in or another stock in that chart. Yeah, I don't use MACD, but I'm sure it must have something because these are moving average crossovers, and it's sort of a trend change. The nice thing about the wave is that it's totally customizable. Now, I haven't changed anything from the default, but it is totally customizable. So when I click on that indicator and then click on this little indicator beside the TI wave, so you can see I guess just using this cloud too. This is the default, the fast EMA, the 5 fast EMA, and the slow 12 EMA. These are the defaults, but you can change those numbers. You can change the MA type. Okay, it's totally customizable. This is just the default that I've been using. Because I, don't know enough about it to say, oh, I should be using a 6 fast EMA versus and an 11 slow EMA. This is the default, and it appears to be working the way I like it. It's just a really, really good visual aid. Unfortunately, Ryan, in 30 minutes, you can ask that very question to the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin, who is going to be starting a YouTube stream at noon. I don't have the link yet, but I know Pepe will give it to me because that's what people want. They want to get an alert, like create an alert window that when you get a buy flag, you get a real time alert when the buy flag shows up or the sell flag shows up. That is your trigger. Can't do it yet. Now you can try something like this, but it's not customizable. If you click on New from the toolbar and then go down to Market Explorer window, click on that. This box is going to pop up. Okay. Now right click in the box and where it says select strategy, hover over that. Another big box pops up. We'll move all the way down to TI Wave. Another box pops up. And the TI Wave by 5 minutes. So this is a scan that is, you cannot customize it. Okay. But this will give you this on the 5 minute chart. This will show you buy flags. Okay. So for instance, let's take a look at Nectar. Now, I'm not using a 5 minute chart, but I guess I am using a 5 minute chart. So here's the buy flag. Okay. But you cannot, and please, everybody listen carefully, you cannot adjust this. You cannot say, well, okay, but I don't like this price range or I want to add my own filters. This is not customizable. And you'll get an alert typically every 5 minutes because it's based on a 5 minute chart. Okay. Does it absolutely mean you'll get an alert every 5 minutes? But I'm just looking down here because some filters have to be met. But I would say that most of the time you're going to get an alert every 5 minutes. So now you don't have to go through that exercise all the time and to get this window. If you like this, then you can incorporate this as part of your layout. And it does actually work in the pre-market. See what happened in the pre-market. So we had one at 9:05, one at 9, one at 8:48, 7:30. These are all pre-market alerts. Okay, and these are real time. Okay, so you can try that. So again, please listen carefully. It's only working on a 5 minute chart. Okay, you cannot. I mean, you might get the same buy flag on a 2 minute chart. I mean, but here's circa. Okay, but you can't say, well, I want it to work. I want to use a 2 minute chart. Can't. Okay, this is not customizable. It's on the 5 minute. But yeah, you probably get one. You probably see the same buy flag on a 2 minute chart earlier. Okay, but there it is. There's the buy flag. Now, does that mean you just pile into the trade? Of course not. So this is the AI alert. Now this is on the long side. Okay, so there's the buy flag right there. Could be interesting. Just because the AI says to short it. Okay, but this could be interesting. Why? Well, it's right at the VWAP. Maybe it's trying to get through the VWAP. Okay, you have to. I would wait a bit because the VWAP is right here. That purple line. We'll call it $49. So it's a little bit above. And so what it's trying to tell you is that, okay, this downtrend is now perhaps trying to transition into an uptrend with that buy flag. And you can see on the 2 minute chart, you can see the transition from orange to blue. So I mean that's an idea. And the alert was at 49.15. So it hasn't run away yet. Now, now, this would have worked out quite well because I mean, look what it popped up to. It got up to 49.44. But remember, this is a weak stock. You can't expect it to just keep moving, moving, moving. Are you talking about here? No, it's just an alert. Then if you follow the wave, that should give you an idea about how to keep in the trade until it transitions. But this is just going to give you an alert when the buy flag showed up. Now after that, it's up to you to trade it if you like it. It's not bad. I wish I'd seen this one because that was a massive pop up to 49.45. Boy, if this spread catches up, guys, 14 to 34 catches up a little bit. Well, we scan for ATR, if that's what you're talking about. You can create a scan using ATR if that's what you're talking about. And if you're talking about a 2 to 1, like you're talking about like a risk reward, in the moment I'm trying to, so when you say an ATR, so we do have some ATR scans, if that's what you're talking about. I have to look at this a little bit more. Well, we have ATR filters, okay? Yeah, I've got to adjust this. I used to have the ATR in here, but so I don't know if that answers your question. But as far as having an alert if you're talking at a 2 to 1, like like reward to risk, you could no. I mean, you cannot just set. You could price it. You could put a price alert at that area. You know where the 2 to 1 would be, but it's not going to automatically calculate that for you. You're welcome. I used to have an ATR. I used to just to give you an idea. Ah, that's the problem with the docs. Okay, so I need it underneath. Okay, so let me do this one. I'm just going to show you. You still around. Okay, change from the open percent of average true range. Okay, this is actually a pretty cool filter. So if you say have a minimum average true range that you want to watch, okay, like $1 as an example. You don't want to like 1 cent because I'll explain why. Because what this will do is this is the percent of average true range. So if you use this filter, let's just say I had that filter, 200 here. That would mean that a stock that has an average true range of, say, $1, today it would have to be $2. It would have to at a range of $2. So if its average true range is $1 over the last whatever, I think it's 14 days, that's the average. And for you to see that stock today, it will have to have had a range of at least $2, as an example, by using this filter. This is a percent, okay? And that's general commentary from anybody who wants to use this sort of a filter. And that's called the change from the open of the percent of the average true range. Just as an example. I used to have, when I I'm going to rearrange it. I'm going to get the ATR in here, and I used to have a better single stock window, but when I was doing the dock, it was so difficult. Okay, guys, it's now 11:40, so in about 20 minutes, I will be taking a break. Probably a little earlier than that because Dan usually starts his stream a little bit before noon. Well, the tale of two EV players. I mean, here's Rivian. I mean, at least Rivian, I do see some Rivians in Vancouver, and I saw one a couple of weeks ago. It was really nice looking. It was sort of an SUV Rivian. It wasn't all boxy. It was very nice looking. Cannot hear. Well, my mic is on, and the mic icon is on. So, guys, have I have not I'm not YouTube? Well, have we lost the audio? Just need a couple of yes or tell me no. Okay, so you have to do a refresh, I guess. So, William, I've resurrected the scan, and I'm kind of liking it again. So I might have to drop something that I've been using and see if I made some big adjustments. Hmm. Okay, guys. Where was I find that? See what else we're getting here? So here's the BSX. Now, uh, give me a moment, please. All right, back again. All right, so here's a little buy flag now for the BSX, okay? At 64.80, you can see. Now, does that mean you just take the trade? Not necessarily, but it again, it's looking a little bit interesting. It's over the VWAP, and maybe, we had the strong trend, a little bit of a flattening out, and maybe it's going to resume. This is an earnings play, okay? The problem with this also is that you cannot put a sound alert on it, so you have to be staring at this, but it's every 5 minutes, so and also the thing is, typically, they're not running away from you. So, let's just take a look at the ACRS as an example. There was well, that see, the cheaper ones are probably gonna look more like this, big pops and all that. I would probably more concentrate on something that not as cheap. Yeah, I can't do it now, AJ, you'll have to come in tomorrow, okay? And I'll show you how to do it tomorrow, okay? I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding. How could I say that to you or anybody? So, click on New from the toolbar, okay? Click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer window, okay? So, here's your Market Explorer window. Right click and select strategy, okay? Hover over select strategy. Big box is gonna pop up. Go all the way down to TI Wave, another box is gonna pop up. Go down to TI Wave Buy, 5 minutes, and that's what you're gonna see, okay? Now, you don't have to do it every day. If you wanted to, you could just save this as part of your layout, okay? And again, it is not customizable at all. It's based on a 5-minute chart. You cannot customize anything in this. You cannot say, "Well, I don't like that price range," okay? You can't so in other this is not customizable at all. In other words, don't say, "Well, I'd like it on a 2-minute." You can't do it. It's not customizable. Now, if you don't like the price range, notice that you're gonna get an alert usually every 5 minutes, but you're not inundated. So, for instance, if you look at BSX and you thought, "You know what? I don't like that price range," don't click on it, okay? Well, I mean, if IQ, I mean, if you click on your list and biggest gainer and click it, and you cannot get an alert, to show you if there's a buy flag. Well, and as you notice, there are daily and weekly timeframes too. Well, IQ, I know. Guess what's going to happen in 10 minutes? You can ask Dan again. Speaking of which, 11:50. So just waiting for the Pepe will give me the link, and when I get the link, I'll put it in here. The link for YouTube, the YouTube stream that Dan will start in about 10 minutes. and then I'll be taking my break. Well, I'm always surprised that Interactive Brokers would have shorts available, but more power to them. There are 8 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short their own stock, their own company. Earnings play. Yeah, actually, interesting. There's your little sell flag. It looks like obviously, and it's getting VWAP is what 78.42. So it's pretty close though, right? I wouldn't take that trade. I would not short this because to me it looks like the VWAP could act as support. And so, for me, it's just too close. Well, IQ, that is certainly your prerogative. And you can even type that right into YouTube, when he starts. Yeah, so MSOS. Okay, let's take a look at MSOS. You guys are saying that there's the big pop. Yes. Trump administration expected to move to well, yeah, but reclassifying marijuana, but that's just taking it out of what I don't like. What are your like a top? What? How is it designated right now? Like a class three or whatever your designation is, like lumped in with heroin, and it's not that it's being legalized like in our country. Schedule one, thank you. Schedule one. So I mean, great, but it's not that they've legalized it across your great land, right? And look at the volatility. Yeah, so MSOS just got halted. So this is why I have this one up. This is the ETF, probably the most followed ETF for the cannabis industry. So the cannabis sector. Let me get my announcement up, guys. I will be taking a break pretty soon, so I'm just waiting for Dan to show up. Well, I completely disagree, IQ. I mean, I find it fantastic for day trading. It doesn't have that the buy and sell flag alerts, but you know what? That's up to you. If but I find trade ideas fantastic for day trading. Would I like to have the buy and sell flag? Sure, but it's not for me. For me personally, it's not a deal breaker. But if it is for you, then that's your prerogative. And I'm certainly not trying to convince you. I don't know what you mean. You can only use a handful of them. I use so many. I've had so many scans I've created over the years. I bring them back every now and then. But anyway, I, I'm not trying to convince you. It sounds like you're going to discontinue the use of it because of that, and that's fine. We cannot be, we're not everything to everybody. I would like that myself, but we don't have it, so I deal with it. Well, you don't have to jump from strategy to strategy. I don't. But anyway, I'm not. I don't want to get into not even an argument with you, but a discussion with you. If you don't like it, not much we can do about that. If that's the deal breaker. Okay, so there is the YouTube link. Thank you, Pepe. So for those of you in YouTube, I'm going to give me a moment. Okay, so I'm just putting this in YouTube. Okay, so he's not taking over my stream. Okay, so this is the link. Okay, and as Pepe just put it in. Okay, so there's the link, and he hasn't quite. Oh well, he's displaying a screen right now, but he hasn't started talking. So I will take off now, guys. Okay, we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Yeah, tell your, you know, it's beefs and bouquets. Okay, you like something about the program, or you don't like something, just let them know every single time. Hey guys, I'm going to mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. I guess Dan is probably wrapping up pretty soon. Hopefully, you asked all those questions you wanted of him, whoever was there. Hmm. BSX is making a little bit of a downturn here, guys. Little bit of a downturn. And this is an earnings play, but now take a look at what's happening here. Is the VWAP going to hold it? Is the VWAP going to hold BSX? Is it going to act as support? And see what it's done? Right into it. Jeez. All right, guys. Well, I see the MSOS is still hanging in here. Got halted. Big, big pop on the halt, but it's still hanging in. It has not, it held the VWAP. Look at that, guys. Look how it held the VWAP. What is the spread like in this thing, INDX? Well, here we go, guys. Now, Stiefel is fairly reputable, I'm going to say. They are maintaining with a coverage of the buy and a target of 300 for INDX. Now, they had originally had it at 150. So they're raising their target from 150 to 300. And I don't know. I'm not seeing anything about the potential buyout by Merck or anything like that. I'm not seeing anything about that. It's just a matter of their data. So I don't know when that came out. I mean, I'm looking here. I don't know if that came out earlier, but 1250, 1247. So a little while ago, say 15 minutes ago. Bread is not wonderful. It's over a dollar 64 or so. Why is Sophie holding you back the past 4 days? Because you're fixated on it, Estrella, and you want to trade it so desperately? Like, why is it holding you back? Or you're in it and you're losing money? Why? Like, explain why you said that. I'm talking to Estrella in our YouTube room. Hey, is Dan all done? And if he's done, I can't wait to hear IQ if he comes back into the room. If he has asked the questions. Sounds like you didn't have a stop, Estrella. I mean, you say you're down $800. Sounds like you didn't have a stop unless $800 was your manageable risk. I have no idea the size of your account, of course, but I wish the spread was better. Oh man, I do honestly do. I would take like 50 or 100 shares, but just in case. I just don't like the spread. The $2 spread right now. I saw a couple of the links that he gave, and he's talking about 120-minute races, and I'm trying to figure out like why maybe has a rational explanation for a 120-minute race. Basically, you're just going to have five winners for the day, but there's got to be a reason. Okay, guys. Yeah, because I saw the two races that he shared. I saw there were 120-minute long races. And there's got to be a reason why he's doing it. I just don't know what it is. But remember, Estrella, I'm just talking, Estrella, in our YouTube room. When you enter a trade, you should have. I mean, the way I trade, and a lot of people do trade this way, is that you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. They're not all going to work, and that'll help determine like how much you're willing to risk on a trade if it's not working. How many dollars are you willing to risk on a trade if it's not working? And I try to keep that amount about the same every trade. And of course, that amount's going to be all dependent on your account size. You have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be. Now, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking in general, but a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So you have to have an idea about how much you're willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work dollar wise. And then and you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. They're not all going to work. That will then you're not going to be looking at that P&L and getting, I don't know if you're in anguish about it, but I mean, watching that your P&L, well, especially on a specific trade for Sophie, moving, down, down, down for 4 days, I guess. I mean, your idea of taking Sophie probably was okay. I mean, I don't know. You probably saw a reason. You probably saw a reason for taking it, but there has to, and so I'm not saying that the reason for taking it was wrong. I mean, I have no idea what your reasoning was, but they're not all going to work. Anyway, I'm just interested to see if IQ comes back into the room, see what he has to say about any of the questions he asked of Dan, if in fact they were answered. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:08, so I think what I'll do last time today, go over my homepage, information you can find on it. And you know what, Estrella, it may have been, okay? It may have been in the 20s by now, but no, I'm not going to harp on it. But I think hopefully now you kind of understand that, not all trade. I know you understand. Not all trades are going to work. You just have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. You can always get back in. Maybe you could, you take your manageable loss. You can always get back in later if it sets up again. For whatever reason, it's not working, but maybe it sets up again, in a different way, and maybe you take it again. But it is just hard to watch, your P&L moving down on you, and because it starts to weigh on you, doesn't it? That's all you stare at. Anyway, hopefully the next one you won't do that. Just have a stop, get out, move on with a manageable loss. Hey guys, my homepage. So again, going to go over my homepage last time today. So we have 3 promo codes. First code, Barry30. You can get 30% off a premium annual subscription by using Barry30. 30% off a premium annual. You can get 25% off by using 25 Barry. 25% off the first month only of a premium subscription. Okay, the first month only. And for the other two, the standard monthly and a standard, so the standard monthly, you can get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year. Now, if you're wondering why am I harping on the first month only? I cannot believe how many people get mad at us. We get email saying, "How come I'm being charged a different rate than that first month?" Well, you obviously didn't read. I mean, I think it pretty clearly says that the discount is good for the first month only. But anyway, I just want to make sure people understand that. Get and go into it with your eyes wide open. You can always, if you at some point, you can always upgrade. When I say upgrade, an upgrade to the annual, it just means that your per monthly cost is going to be less. But you've got to come up with a bunch of money up front. But if you have the money up front and you are sold on the program, by all means, take an annual subscription. Your per month cost, of course, is less. And all I ask, as usual, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code. Whatever it is in the future, okay? I mean, I'm not saying you have to take a subscription right now, but at any time in the future, if you take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Because I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the other, and if you're sitting in YouTube, the trading room. Both rooms are free. The company doesn't mind keeping them free as long as what they do is they track the use of the codes, and if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay, so the trading room. It's free also. So if you're sitting on YouTube, you can remain there. That's fine. If you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you're looking for a lot more activity in a trading room, come into this one. For a couple things, this room, well, first of all, there are more traders in the room. Also, this room was open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for a room and you want to converse amongst traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks to Obi for opening it up. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so the West Coast time zone too early for me to do that. So he does it. He lives in the Boston area, so that's why he does it at 6:45. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock, and then I leave usually sometime between 2 and 2:30, or later. If I have questions, I'll stay as late as you want me to, within reason. But even after I leave, this trading room is open. Now it's kind of up to you how long it's going to be open. William will keep it open after I leave. Most of the time, it's maybe to 3:30, 3:45. But if he's But if he's keeping it open and there's nobody posting anything, he'll just shut it down. So it's up to you guys, how long it's going to be open for. Education. So let's just say you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it. So you click on the education section, click on the more info. First thing to do if you take out a subscription to Getting Started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. It will not make you an expert in trade ideas, but it covers all the key elements. If you don't have the program, but you're wondering about it, I don't know anything about this program. I wonder if I should even try it. Well, start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea, okay, about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? There you go, Estrella. You're in Boston. You can join your fellow compatriot Obi. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. It's a free series of videos, 15 of them, okay? Remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas to trade. But if you get an idea from one of your scans and or anything I have, and you click on it and you're looking at the chart and you don't have a clue about what the chart is trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. I want to be blunt. It's not going to help you. It generates ideas based on what you want to see in terms of maybe a price range, a minimum volume, and other filters that you might have that you're using. But again, if you click on a symbol and you're looking at the chart, like, well, I don't know. I have no idea what it's trying to tell me. Well, you better probably take a look at the back to basics. Plus, use our simulator to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, on my homepage, I should have scrolled down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week at the bottom here. So on my homepage, scroll down. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? That is the trade of the week. It is free. Last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are. So here's the race. The large cap race is up here. This is a more volatile race, wide open race, big percentage moves sometimes. Look at that, 8.9%. That's since the race started. Okay, that's not for the day. That's just since the race started. It's moved 8.9%. Upside versus downside movers, and you can see the GNLN all over the place, right here and up here. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market, obviously, to find the ones that are very active up and very active down. Yeah. Look at INBX, guys. Pulse resumed is over here, very active today. Oh, look at that. AKN got halted many times. And then these are 4 scans that I'm currently sharing with you. I don't have them all up and running. I don't have the momentum scan or the gap scan or the Pepe combo scan, but I do have the up down 25 cents. I'm going to make a couple adjustments to it. I might up the relative volume so I don't get quite as many alerts. So any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas? Don't be shy. Please ask away. You're not interrupting me. That's why I'm here. The only thing I really can't answer is, well, should I take this trade right now, Barry? Well, first, I'm not a financial advisor. I mean, we can take a look at the chart and all, but please don't ask me, well, should I take this trade right now? The other thing I can help on is accounts. If you have an accounting issue, I cannot help there. I have no access to your accounts, but I can direct you to the people who do. And GNLN just got halted, guys, on the way. Oh, down. Down. Just got halted on the way down. Look at the INBX, guys. Look at this INBX. Now, here's the VWAP. I should have gone through the VWAP. So William says that he'll keep the room open until 3:45 or so. Tesla has earnings after hours today. But the caveat is this, unless it gets deadly quiet again. So it's up to you guys. You want the room to be open uh, after I leave, until 3:45 or even longer, maybe. It's up to you guys. So IQ, are you around? I'm just curious to know if you asked Dan any questions and what sort of answers you got, if any, or anybody who was at the his webinar. Any thoughts about it? I know he talks a lot about the money machine. Oh, Ellie, I just saw your comment. I guess you commented in during Dan's webinar. Nice to see that you've done well with trade ideas. Yeah, I mean, I would like to have a. They're not my questions. Two questions that come up all the time. Perfect circle, though. Two questions that come up all the time. Like to create your own scan and get a real time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. That's one question. Okay, create your own scan and get a real time alert. Put the alert as getting a buy flag or a sell flag as the trigger. That's one question. And the other question is getting an alert when a new symbol shows up in the long term AI Holly. Meaning something like this, perhaps. Here's Poet, for instance. I think I use this as an example. Here's Poet. Okay, so the alert was at 1287. Obviously, and you know what? It's coming back. But let's just say it closed under 1287 today. Okay, and then tomorrow it moves above 1287. Then it shows up in that long term Holly. Problem is, you don't know that it has unless you're staring at it. So the question has been many, many times how we'd like to have an alert when it happens, like a sound alert. That's what I mean, so that you know to look at it. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You're going to stare at a whole list of stocks and try to figure out if one just got added or not. So those are two questions. I'd like them. I'd like them answered. I might even use that long term Holly if that happened. Boy, INBX guys, INBX, BX. And look what happened. Look at the spread now. I mean, it's not wonderful, but it's less than a dollar. The other time it was $2. So now here is that VWAP right up here, 118.71. I'm sure that's the answer. We're working on it. We're working on it. Work harder. Seriously, yeah, I know he gets asked that all the time. The only way we can get any sort of a real-time alert right now is if he uses, TI Wave Buy. But it's not necessarily what, everybody wants. I mean, I don't, do I wanna see GEV at $1,000? Not necessarily. But, that's minor. I mean, so you see something in the price range you don't like, fine, you don't take it. You don't even look at it, and you're not getting inundated with alerts. Did they ever solve that massive problem they had years ago? That's Equifax, right? Where they got hacked in? I'm trying to see, there's a high up here. Did they ever solve that, or were they fined, or what happened? I can't remember what happened. According to Chris yesterday, it is not being worked on. Okay. Well, there's your answer. And this is what we're talking about, okay? Okay, this is what we're talking about. So these are all past AI alerts. There was the alert price, and you can see obviously with fuel cell is now at 11.32. The alert price, I don't know when that happened. I mean, we can. I wonder if there's a date. There's probably a date Well, no, there's a date category somewhere. I'm sure. So it looks like this happened yesterday that it got over 971. I mean, so now just because you get an alert, a real time alert of a previous AI alert, it doesn't mean it's going to do this. But I mean, this is one from February 27th. There's the TSSI. The original alert was at 967. So these, I mean, these can be good for perhaps a longer term trades. Ah, you know what? I was wondering if this would happen. Yeah. So wow, look at INVX guys, 118 now. I was wondering if this could happen. Yeah, and yes, it can. So because the AI might alert the same stock several times. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. Yeah. So I'm glad to see that we can have multiple alert or the same symbol can be alerted several times, but it's still going to show you, when even the second time. So the first time TSSI, the alert was at 9:67. Some other time, it looks like I don't know if that's the entry. I don't know if that is the date. Let me see if that 1380. I want to see something here. Yeah. So this is where this week right here is where we had to now you had to see what happened though. I don't even know if it was profitable at all. Wow, guys, this is right at the VWAP now. Right at the VWAP. So what I'm trying to say is that the what one did I have up? It was a TSSI, right? Yeah. So you see here the two buy flags that you see here on this weekly chart. These in this week is where the AI alerts were. Okay. So previous one and then the next one. After this one, it took a while, probably got triggered last week. Okay. Well, I shouldn't say that. What was the buy? The buy was, hard to see, looks like 1380. 1380. So you would have had an alert right here at 1380. Okay. This week, then it would have dropped off, and then it would have come back again last week. But it'd be nice to have an alert, like a sound alert, okay, when something shows up in here, okay? And that's what people are wanting. You did hear a real life landline, soon to be extinct at our household, at Perfect Circle, soon to be extinct. Revamping the entire app. What does that mean? What would that possibly mean? Revamping the entire app. Ah, web-based. Well, I've heard that rumor, but how would that affect the ability to connect to a broker? Yeah, because I remember when we had our web-based program, we could not connect to say IB or any broker. I mean, it has to happen because if they're going to want the money machine connected to a broker, and it's well, I guess you could kind of say, is it web-based now? Just for that. Anyway, I understand why. Then we have lots of people with Macs and always run into that issue. So okay, so as long as there's an API, it doesn't matter whether it's a web-based program. Okay. I just hope they don't with the web-based program. I hope they still allow us to create our robust scans and we don't limit it too much. But how long will that take? Yeah, that'd be funny. I'm talking a perfect circle in a YouTube room. Um, so you were obviously trying to play a bounce for our TE connectivity earnings play. What would that mean? I understand with the charts being HTML, but what would that mean? Like doing like what we call an alert window right now. The fact that it would be HTML, if that were the case, what would it look like? Like how different would it be? What would be the? I mean, I can see the difference in these charts. Yes. But what would it look like if if a scan, a scan was HTML? And I'm just talking out loud, of course. I don't expect you to actually know what the answer is, but just not knowing anything about this sort of stuff. The crazy thing though is that with these HTML charts, you saw what I did before with the TSSI. Okay, previous AI alerts. Let's change this to the browser interface charts. Gone. I mean, you would think that is something they would really want to be able to zero in on. INDX guys. All right. Well, here was a cannabis play. Let's take a look at MSOS now. Is it giving it up now completely? That cannabis play did. Not really, not completely. I mean, it's starting to, but not completely giving it up. Where did that start from? This is 527. This started from 441. All right. So, Perfect Circle in our YouTube room says just saw $1 million in put sweep orders come through on MU, SOX, SMH, AMD, SNDK came through all almost at the exact same time. So a put sweep order, that would mean they're betting it's going down. I remember there was somebody in the room a long few years ago used to talk about the sweeps in the room. I don't remember who that was. Somebody used to post that sort of information. These are staggering moves, aren't they? I mean, this Micron it was an all-time high up here, 456. 2 months later, it's down to 300. Now it's another lifetime high. Okay, this one I know this got halted several times. The AKAN, 500,000 in the float, guys. So that is why this can be so crazy. Let's see if later it can take out that VWAP. Maybe one of the we haven't seen a late day run for a while of some of these real cheap low floaters. Got up to 790. Ah, this is a cannabis play. Okay, I get it now. No, no, it wasn't Chicago Sean. No, no, it was somebody else. I want to say I can't remember who it was. Many years ago. Oh, I know he's a big options trader. Yeah, but no, he's never been in this room. Perfect circle. Yeah, I miss Sean. He used to be at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys. I have this one thumbnail. I'm going to unthumbnail it now. I've had a thumbnail for about it seems like 2 weeks. Sky Q. The interest in this one is completely and utterly dried up. I'm going to put a price alert down here. It's unshortable for me, but I want to put a price alert down here and see maybe if that holds it. Meanwhile, I haven't really looked at the market for a while, but here's the SPY. Still positive, very positive. Just ideas, Estrella, just ideas, okay? They're not nothing is a slam dunk to buy. These are just stocks coming through, based on the filter requirements I've got, okay? So they're just ideas, and then I'll click and I'll look and I'll say, okay, I like it or I don't like it. Most of them, I'm pretty discerning, but until I click on the symbol, I won't know exactly what I'm going to see on these time frames. I mainly have these races here because to show people that you can get a top 10 list automatically created for you of stocks that you might just want to follow all day long. I'm probably more in tune with this race here, the large cap race, than this one right now. I'm just not finding a lot of follow through on these cheap low float stocks, cheaper low float stocks. So they're not alerts. They're scan generated. Okay, I mean it's semantics. Okay, these are scanning, but it's not like they're just ideas. Okay, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas, generating ideas. Till I click on the symbol, I won't know, like the WTTR. It looks kind of interesting to me. It's just over the whole number. Boy, oh boy, this was a good one from the AI guys. It's a short of FGI, really good one. We have a high of the day, and it basically took that top. Well, didn't get the alert right there, but this stock was up at 12.50 or so, and now it's at just around $7. And it's at the low of the day. Our AI's had a good day. I mean, in terms of shorting. Somebody asked this morning, how come the AI is short so many? Well, because that I mean, it is a little strange when you see the markets up, but look how many short opportunities there were. There's only four, five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 versus five short opportunities versus long. And it's interesting because the only long one that is actually kind of working is the MX. And I mentioned this one earlier. We had a re-entry of it, 382. Okay, so if you miss it the first time, or you got stopped out the first time, you could have taken it at 382. We're at 402 now. Not a massive move, but not bad. 20 cents on a $4 stock is pretty good. Same thing now with the NMAX. Okay, this was a short opportunity. 979 was the alert. Got stopped out at 1008. Halfway between 1008 and 979 is 994. Had an opportunity to either A, take it for the first time, or if you got stopped out the first time, take it for the second time. 994 down to 920. I mean, that's great, a great move. Even the bird, okay, 851. You got stopped out the first time. 864 got stopped out at 838. You had a re-entry at 851. Notice that they don't all have reentries. The only way you get a reentry is if the stock hits the stop at any time and it comes halfway between the original alert and the stop price. So in the cases where this is blank, that has not happened today. Take a look at this one. So you never know. This could be getting going again. Okay, 2340 on the reentry, and it's at 2333 now. This might be making its way down now. So that's a way to use the AI. You just don't even care about the first alert. You just wait for reentries. Not every day you're going to get. Some days you might not get one. And that's why it's important if you have this screen, make sure that you uncheck the profitable, okay? Because it's only going to show you stocks that are profitable, but then you'll miss the reentry because the reentry is always going to be less than the initial price. So it's going to look like it's not profitable, obviously not profitable based on the original alert. But you should be knowing that there is a reentry price. And again, you can have sound alerts, of course, when you get the original alert, and you get it, and you get the second alert. You can put a sound alert on your AI window, so when you hear that sound, you know to look at it. You'll just see what happens. All right, mute me right now, guys. But Siri is moving higher again. It's been a really active stock. I just don't know why. SiriusXM to sell YouTube audio ads exclusively in the United States has struck a deal with Google or YouTube to become this exclusive audio advertising sales partner in the United States. So if you're talking again, these ones here, Estrella, these are races, okay? These are races showing stocks that are moving the most within a 4 minute period in the top list that I've got. So when you're looking at Siri right now, you might look at this. You don't want to take it now necessarily because it's it's pretty extended. But maybe it pulls back. Maybe it pulls back into an area you like. Now, what that area might be, everybody will have a different idea. But all you do is put a price alert into that in that area and see if it comes back for you. Things look really different when you have a 15-minute chart and a 5-minute chart as opposed to the two. In fact, I may go back to having a 5 and a 15 instead of a 2 and 5 for a while anyway. Especially if you're going to concentrate on more large cap stocks, the 2 minute is not as important. Now that blue line on my 15-minute chart, that is the 10 SMA, and that is Steve Gomez, who many of you know, have heard of at least at Trade Ideas. He loves this. This is his go-to pullback, or if he's looking to play a bounce into it. Do I see an intraday short on Oric? Well, certainly. I mean, it got into the. I mean, it was very weak. It started to bounce, got right into the VWAP, and that's where it stalled. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose. I mean, this what did it get stalled at? 1047 or so was the VWAP. So, I mean, the next low looking left is around 1029 on the 5-minute chart. Oh, these are not AI. Oh, no, no, no. These are nothing to do with the AI. This is what the AI looks like, Estrella. Okay. Quite a few alerts today. More than I would call more than normal. And that first alert would be at 940. Okay. Not, you don't have to get one at 940, but that will be the very first alert that you can get from the AI. This history wasn't working. Yeah. See, yesterday, these were the alerts from yesterday. That was it. So today's a pretty active day. But yeah, what you're seeing here has got all this has got zip to do with the AI. All right, guys, 159. So getting close to my time of leave. Again, I'll always hang around if there are questions. Take a look at Boeing here, guys. This is showing up on that little buy flag. To me, though, it's just, a little too choppy. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a look at what happened in the pre-market. Now you get inundated with alerts at 9:30. That's the issue. And look at all the alerts at 9:30. But let's take a look at HCAI. Not seeing the alert for some reason. Well, I'm just trying to demonstrate the fact that you can get some alerts in the pre-market using this TI wave buy 5 minutes. You can get some. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will head out for the day. Now you'll probably see me kind of poking around still. Well, this is one I took that did not work for me. RDW early. Are you shorting it? You must be shorting it. Okay. I'm assuming you're shorting it. Yeah. I went long early. It looked good to me. It looked good. Okay, so for those of you who are in YouTube right now, this room, I have to shut down YouTube, okay? But if you want to come into the other room, I'm out of everything sports. I'm done. I'm going to take off. I may take a trade later on, but right now I'm done. I'm done. I'm talking to sports in our YouTube room. So if you want to come into the main room, it's free. It'll be open till, well, we'll say 3:30, 3:45. All depends on you guys, how much, if you don't post anything, I'm gone, but William will keep the room open, the trading room open, and you can come into this. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you want to still be in a room, you can come in here. It is free. So I'll leave that. So that's my homepage link just above. So click on that, and that's how you get into the room. So as always, thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow. Obi will open that up. I'll get on the mic. Both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream right now.